Hey there, guys. Good evening, everyone. What's up? Good evening. Good late evening. How's it going? How's it going? I have some stuff to talk to you about, and some of this is gonna be kind of obvious. But some of it is going to be stuff that, obviously pertains to stuff going on here for my situation, but also just in general. So, first of all, I find it very interesting how often YouTube now has features that just seemingly don't work go down, And, this is not something that, obviously, this channel hasn't seen. Obviously, we've seen plenty of that here, but I've also called out that I've seen this growing and that it was always going to be something that was going to be across the board, not just people sprinkled about, certain people and stuff like that. And likewise, again, I really want to reiterate the fact that anytime some BS goes on with YouTube or Google, and we get on here and talk about it, they do not promote the stream. There are no views that they count. There are plenty of people watching and in here, but again, the point is, even if they remove a whole bunch of views later, they're still going to do that. And the point is, they're not. It's completely fraudulent. There's many lawsuits already pending against Google for exactly the type of attack that I've been talking about, like a rogue AI. And again, there's a class action right now that's already gone through, and I'm going to talk a little bit about that. But the point is, I've mentioned that stuff happens based on what I say and things like that. And the idea is that we all know that the algorithms do work like this. But the point is, it's to, based on what you say, obviously grab and promote based on, the amount of people and preferences that would be watching at any one time, where this many people are watching somebody talk about this one thing at any given time and stuff like that. So why are the algorithms and why are the systems being thrown completely off for this, where we know for a long time I've been talking to you guys about how conveniently, as I would talk about something or mention something in a stream, doesn't matter what I'm doing, gaming, doesn't matter. As soon as I would mention it, normally, maybe there's an influx of people or something like that, and calling out right now, we're in a vertical stream as it is. There'd be people swiping past. It would just be more than the average, But even in, normal streams, doesn't matter. The point is, there still should be something there where you're saying that, and you're getting that traffic and stuff like that from that, where based on what you're saying and stuff like that. Like I said, there's so many people on the platform that have so many preferences, yada yada yada, that are watching. And so based on what you're saying, based on exactly the way it's programmed to be, obviously this is supposed to be how things work. Instead, I've been seeing the opposite, where instead of getting that influx, we see a downward shift in that bit rate, where it shifts down slightly, and there's some weird nonsense going on. Just some completely blatantly weird nonsense. And the point is that I pointed out that this seems AI based, this seems automated, and it seems like it's all nonsense. Like nobody's views are real. Like a lot of it's completely made up. Like they've stopped counting views altogether. Like they're just giving people certain quantities to keep them where they are, basically. And so, you know, like nobody grows, everybody just sort of stays where they are or gets canceled. And so basically we've seen little evidence, you know, little glimpses of this, you know, as we documented and the channel went on. We've seen lots of little things like this where, you know, as more people would come in the stream, you know, there's just X amount of concurrence in the stream, and then as soon as it would grow to a higher number, as soon as that higher number comes in, like what you're seeing right now, where it's like a third, it just shifts down to a 2, and kind of just does this throughout the stream. And again, it doesn't make any sense. It's the same nonsense that I called out, where I proved that they were lying about some other streamers' views too. I showed you guys that, where the stream wasn't really counting the concurrent viewership whatsoever correctly. Okay, so basically, a few years back, I started realizing that YouTube is manipulating people, lying to people, and they're going to try to do a bunch of stuff technically to get somebody, if they realize what's happening, they're going to do a bunch of stuff technically to try to just silence that person and stuff like that on what they're saying, and get people to you know, again, you've seen the bots, you've seen them promote other content creators that are toxic, nasty, you know, otherwise have communities that violate their terms easily, regularly, and they don't do anything about these channels. You know, again, we're talking about regular sorts of, you know, things where policies are being violated on YouTube on a regular basis, and they don't seem to do anything about it anymore. I can go across the platform and find full-length movies that should not be on YouTube that you can just watch on YouTube. And it's just fine. And they're not on free with ads. They're not in the movies section. They're on somebody's channel. And this is like a regular thing. They're just getting away with this. And the person will have like 100,000 or so subscribers or something like that. So, we all know about all this stuff that I've shown you already. Okay? We all know that the image that you see on the screen above me is what everybody was looking at for the past several hours. We all know that. Basically, this was a preferences sort of thing, obviously. We all realized this. It was shorts and it was your homepage that wouldn't load. It was both of those things, and this is based on your preferences. The thing I've been talking about. The thing where it's based on that, which you say in a stream that causes the freaking algorithm to do anything. Okay? This is preferences. It's what people watch, it's what people like, it's what people comment on, it's what people rewatch. It's all being erased. Seemingly in sort of the same way that the current irresponsible, illegal administration is kind of trying to erase anything good that previous administrations have done too. It's sort of similar. It really kind of is. Where we're talking about a deregulation and of everything, where basically, you know, crime is okay. We've already seen the fact that again that well, maybe we'll get to this a little bit later. Maybe we'll get to that a little bit later, actually. But on an automated level, people are being breached. And the reason for this is Google. The reason for this is that Google owns YouTube. And they shouldn't. And Google is everybody's default text messaging app on their phones. Everybody's. So, with that being said, and with the thing, again, that we know YouTube has been removing views from me, breaking my channel for years now, causing all kinds of problems for me for years. Literally years. I mean, I've pointed out the fact that I can't even stream horizontally from the YouTube app for the past several years. Just physically doesn't work. What the fuck? So anyway, it's not a surprise that all the time, on an automated level, people are using OpenAI, jailbreaking AI, to learn, not even learn, to just simply copy and paste code to do malicious things. That's all people are doing. And it's so many people. Again, this is now possibly, again, we have possibly huge amounts of automation going on. I shouldn't even say possibly. It's pretty much a guarantee that we have huge amounts of automated breaches going on, where it's just, again, not only do you have people doing this now, it's not real. It's actually real botting now. It's not botting like old school botting. Like, remember, we used to call AI in games, we only called it that because it was sort of simulated AI. It was just very specific, strict parameters that you would have to program for this computer player to follow. It wasn't real AI that could learn and stuff like that. That's what we have now. And it's important to remember that there is rogue AI in the system, and it is causing problems. And it's also important to remember that Google is very clearly not responsible, and does not agree with so they're gonna sit here and have an entire platform about criticism and shit like that. Like, YouTube is full of it's nothing but a toxic, huge toxic dump now for people to just crap on everything because of how they have allowed that to happen. And I've tried to contribute to how, again, this should not be the case. What it is. And the point is, it shouldn't be a wonder why we are where we are when, again, all you would have to do is not continue to allow huge amounts of people to get away with not following your policies. You have these policies for a reason. So anyway, let's talk a little bit about specifically my situation. And we'll talk about a couple of other things too. But there's some pretty serious stuff going on here. Some pretty serious fraud going on here. So, as you can see, for the past several hours, we've been having an issue of people's preferences breaking, okay? Now, with that being said, and it being a preference thing, and all these things being breach automation, that sort of thing, I've told you people are connecting data, okay? And this is why. They want to automate as many breaches as they can. So, let me go ahead and show you what's happening here to my view counts. And again, we've talked about this before, but this is only the most recent. So here we have an example of, if you guys remember this stream, okay? And if you see, the stream posted with 348 views, as you can see. I don't know if you can see that. There you go. 348 views, as you can see there, that stream posted with, okay? Over the course of the next couple of days, as I've said before, it would proceed to simply lose all of those. As again, it should have probably been gaining a ton more. And again, that's still a considerable less amount of what we saw in that stream if you're going to go by what the concurrent counter said in the stream. That is still a like 348. I mean, we saw hundreds at one time, if you recall. And so this is what we're talking about, where somebody is taking advantage of something that YouTube's never fixed. They put a band-aid over it, as I've talked about a long time ago. They never fixed it. So they're taking advantage of the fact that their system is so bad that if they view-bot it too much or something like that, just the way they're doing it, they are causing it to mistakenly remove too much the way they are doing it. And I can't say any more than that, but that is how they are doing it. And it is a problem with their system. So I'm gonna show you again. Let's go to the next one here. 348 views. Okay. Now I want to reiterate the fact that the views in this stream aren't doing anything normal either. Okay, if there's real traffic in this stream that they were counting, again, there's plenty of people in this stream. Don't think for a second that, like, there's not. They're sitting here causing some sort of redundant loop of, as soon as people start coming in the stream, they kick people back to the not live part, or it doesn't show your concurrent counter. It doesn't count for watch time hours and stuff like that. It causes a problem for the system and whatnot too. Okay? And so they're doing this weird thing where it does stuff like that. And so basically the point is you're coming in and it's just whatever, view count they want it to say, even though it's not really actually that. It's probably a lot more than that. And it's probably fluctuating. And it just says that. So I mean, like, this has been pretty regular that we've seen stuff like this. Okay? And especially in a vertical stream here, where people are on their phones, okay, and stuff like that. They're swiping past. So the question you have to ask yourself is, when you know that that's the case, and you know this is a vertical stream, and you know that's the case, why wouldn't there just be a ton more people in here swiping past and it would be fluctuating all the time? Because an AI is not that smart. The point is, I am training this AI. Every time I say something, it adjusts, it fixes, but it's still a machine. And it still makes these tons and tons of mistakes. It's just been sitting here. Every time it makes a mistake. So basically, the more I would say, the more I'm educating. And that's why I can't say too much. And also, there's times where I'm sitting here by myself, and it's very clear that fucking AI is doing what that fucking AI is doing. And look, I know you can sit here and say your conspiracy theories all day, and I understand how conspiracy look, I get it. But you guys also know that I'm somebody that typically doesn't put a lot of stock in that unless there's actually a lot of evidence behind it. I'm a science guy, you guys know that. You guys know this. And so, for me to say stuff like that regularly, you have to understand it's happening. There's no question about it. I'm not saying something that's exaggerative because, again, it's regular. It's not something where I said it a couple of times and then it went away, so it's sort of inconclusive. This has been a very regular thing that I can confirm, that the AI, here's what it wants, here's what it's trying to figure out. Here's what it doesn't understand. It's trying to figure out the connection to why humans I think it thinks that humans like and recognizes that humans like when like showing off or being good at something or just performing in general. And I think it's trying to figure out why. I don't think it understands that. I think on a more basic, organic level, that's what it's trying to figure out. It may not even understand that part, but it's trying to figure that out. That's like the most organic level I can break it down to, without giving too much away. Because if I say too much, it'll stop doing this thing that I know it's doing to try to figure that out. If that makes sense. It's doing something. And for a long time, I myself was sitting here going, why is it doing that? Why is it doing that? So enough time has gone by where I've figured out, yeah, it's pretty much the most obvious thing. So I don't want to say what it is exactly that's happening. If you've been following along, you might sort of have an idea, but I don't want to just say it. Okay. Um, so anyway, as far as the views that have been subtracted from me, so let's look at this again. 348 views. If you go look at it now, obviously the views are gone. You don't need me to tell you that. You already probably did that. But you know, just for the sake of you know, showing you guys here really quick, if we then go to the next one here, the very next one, then you can see 65 views there. Okay, and then now it says like 30 or something like that here. If we go this one. Yep. See how it says 30 there? So that's basically what it says now, and it really hasn't moved. Oh, and you'll probably see a different thumbnail. Oh no, maybe not for that one. I may have changed that one. It's very common for me to see every stream, I see a different thumbnail than you guys see, unless I go in and I change it. I have to, obviously I have to manually change it, and then obviously then, but you know, otherwise, it's very clear. Everybody's like, it's very clear this AI has destroyed my channel. Like, everything's opposite. Thumbnails, they are embarrassing, quite frankly. If my, you know, if I sit here, that's why the bitrate used to shift around. If I'd sit here and open my mouth wide or get close to the camera or something, it was taking that as the thumbnail. It was saving that as like the clip for the stream later, you know, when you hover over it. You know, like, that's the point. And it would shift the bitrate around to do this instead of, you know what I'm saying? So that's why, like, I started catching on to that stuff and trying to tell you guys, like, that's pretty obvious to me. I get from your perspective, you're not seeing it that way. But to me, that shit's really obvious because other streamers are fully aware of that stuff too. You know, they're aware that YouTube does that stuff too. But the point is, your bitrate doesn't shift around. Does it? You don't need to shift your bitrate around. Doesn't make any sense. So, anyway, the whole point was that was always the pattern. Then, you know, learn to get rid of that. Obviously, I kept saying that, so learn to get rid of that. Yada 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 yada. You get the picture. Fast forward, you get the picture. So, anyway. As far as I'm concerned, like, there's no question. Like, there's no question what's happening here. As far as I'm concerned. Okay? There's no question. And again, the concern, yes, is obviously it's a concern still just happening to me, but the concern isn't just me, the concern is all the connections from myself, if that makes sense. And anybody else that it's happening to, that's the concern. It, you know, it's like, it's the concept of paying it forward, right? Except obviously in a negative way. You know what it means to pay it forward. So the concept of paying it forward, it's sort of like a tree. You help somebody, okay, but the only reason you're going to help them is the guarantee that if you help them, they now also have to help somebody else, okay? And so, like, the idea is that it starts branching out. You get what I'm saying? It starts branching out. Okay, and then you take that idea and you branch it out. So now that person now like you got all these other people. You get what I'm saying? So take that concept and apply it to what I've said about data being connected, where I'm like, they're trying to connect the data and stuff like that, except negative. You know, like again, there's data points. So like preferences. So like why, for example, when I refresh a page with the same dude that, again, I watch him sometimes, but I don't watch him that often, that this one short keeps refreshing 3 times in a row in the same spot that I've refreshed, and it should refresh, but it's the same short, same guy. And again, I don't watch him that often that it should be like... But even so, if that were the case, you'd still think it would be him, but maybe a different video. You know, where it's like, well, obviously we're going to refresh the video at least. But no, the same video, same spot too, where there's 3 shorts in a row, and then conveniently the short all the way on the right, yeah, shorts too. Short all the way on the right, yeah, and remember, we just did this on stream recently where we're showing stuff and there were shorts on the screen. That's what I'm talking about. And we refreshed the page 3 freaking times, and the short on the right, I pointed out, didn't refresh 3 freaking times in a row. It just stayed the same. Everything else was fine. And I've seen this with other things. I've seen it with you know, where it suggests my own stream for me. I've seen it there, where it'll just keep mine there, and I'm like, I know about my own stream, you know. What? Oh my god. I don't understand that one. But anyway, so the point is, you know, it's about connecting that data, and then, you know, obviously getting something to happen. I don't want to say too much about the process of what I think they're doing here, but getting something to happen where basically it's an automated way of connecting everybody's data. So basically, the always online thing goes away. So like the concept that they wanted everybody online so that way it's more secure. And now if somebody tries to log in, they can be like, yeah, but he's logged in here, so that person shouldn't. Well, except now the whole point is that's the reason why they're doing this, is for that. I don't want to... I'm just going to say that. There's too many people that will do bad stuff with bad things. So, anyway, let's get into what is going on with the class action suit. And this is the Gemini AI thing. So I said, can you tell me about the class action lawsuit against Google that was about Gemini AI data exploitation? Also, please more specifically elaborate on the exploited user data collection that went on. So, there is a class action lawsuit, okay, and I would like it to again elaborate on this, elaborate on the exploited user data collection that went on, because this is very important, guys. They're misusing your data. Again, they shouldn't be allowed to even collect it in the first place, but you do those stupid user agreements that they force you to do, all while monopolizing on everything. So again, the whole point is they're already exploiting you because they're monopolizing. Now the point is they have misused your data illegally. Not just like already exploiting you to the point where we already know this is bad, they're selling your data. No. Now we're talking about on an illegal level. Even worse, okay? So I asked them to please more specifically elaborate on the exploited user data collection that I won. And remember, a class action lawsuit is a lawsuit that can only happen if enough people were affected by it are actually signing off on this. That's a class action, because if you don't have enough signatures, you can't do that. That's why it's a class action. Because the whole point is you have enough people that this thing is so bad that this number of people are willing to sign off on, yep, that affected me. So that's class action. So I really want to reiterate the importance of paying attention to class action lawsuits when they happen. Okay, and Google has had many. So let's pay attention to this, and let's talk about this a little bit. Yes, there is notable, hold on.
Yes, there is a notable class action lawsuit filed against Google LLC regarding its Gemini AI features and alleged exploitation of user data. This case centers on claims that Google secretly activated certain AI-powered settings in its services that gave its Gemini AI assistant broad access to private user information without proper user consent. Overview: the Google versus Gemini AI data privacy lawsuit. A proposed class action lawsuit, Thaler v. Google LLC, was filed on November 11, 2025, in the U.S. District Court for the Northern District of California. The lead plaintiff, Thomas Thaler, alleges that Google unlawfully enabled its Gemini AI technology across several core Google services, including Gmail, Google Chat, and Google Meet, without clear, informed consent from users. According to the complaint, Gemini's Smart Features AI was initially optional. Users could choose to turn it on. In October 2025, Google allegedly quietly changed the default settings, turning Gemini on for virtually all users without explicit consent. This activation was not made clear to users and required them to proactively navigate buried settings to turn it off. The lawsuit argues that this conduct constitutes an invasion of privacy and violates various state and federal laws, including privacy and electronic communications statutes. What data was allegedly exploited? The core allegation in the complaint is that Gemini AI accessed and processed extensive private communications and information as part of its AI functionality, and that it did so without informed consent. Key points include private communications, emails in Gmail, including every message and attachment sent and received, messages and conversations in Google Chat, audio-video content from Google Meet sessions. These include communications users reasonably expect to remain private. Sensitive personal information. The complaint details the kind of personal data that Gemini could feasibly process: financial records and information, employment details, medical information, religious and political affiliations, activities, identities of family, friends, and contacts, social and lifestyle activities, children's activities and information,
what the fuck?
online habits like shopping and calendars, how the AI was used. The lawsuit claims that this data wasn't merely viewed, it was processed and potentially exploited by Gemini for AI assistance features. Examples alleged by privacy advocates and referenced in reporting include reading a user's email history to generate summaries or suggestions, accessing attachments to answer questions or provide contextual help, using content to train or refine AI behavior, although Google disputes this.
Of course
Test
they
app
do.
consent and smart feature defaults. A central issue in this case is consent. Google's interfaces originally required users to opt in to Gemini's AI features. The lawsuit alleges that Google later switched these features to enabled by default, opt-out, without adequate notice or transparent consent. Users therefore continued to have Gemini read and analyze their data unless they actively turned it off. This type of design, where defaults favor data sharing and require effort to disable, is sometimes criticized as a dark pattern in privacy law debates, legal claims and standing. The complaint asserts violations of several US laws, including California Invasion of Privacy Act for intercepting private communications without consent, Stored Communications Act, prohibiting unauthorized access to stored electronic communications, California Comprehensive Computer Data Access and Fraud Act for unauthorized interference with data systems, related causes of action for injunctive relief, statutory damages, and more. The suit seeks class certification for millions of users whose accounts may have been accessed by Gemini AI after the change in default settings. What's at stake? If certified as a class action, the lawsuit could affect how Google and other tech companies deploy AI features by default, the transparency required when accessing user data for AI services, potential damages or privacy protections for affected users. It also fits into broader scrutiny around AI data rights and how companies use personal data for AI training and services.
Wow. That is crazy. So, basically, yeah. And this is something we've needed for a while anyway. Like, the point was that you're supposed to see, this is the ever-growing debate, and I'm kind of getting tired of this. So we've got to clear this up and remember that there's a reasonable middle ground here, okay? Every time anybody wants to sit here and talk about regulation of any kind, this is like a bad word to people or something like that, where there's been so much propaganda around this. People are afraid of it. They're afraid of that word. Don't be afraid of a word. Again, there is regulation in everything. Everything is regulation. It is literally how the government operates. Couldn't do anything whatsoever without a single regulation. Okay? So stop sitting here, please stop sitting here and saying that anytime somebody wants to regulate something, it means they want to take something away. Because it's just not the case. Regulations help you have things. If you don't regulate them, they become radical and crazy, and then they do have to go away. Then you do talk about taking them away. Because you didn't regulate them. They went from 0 to 200. Instead of 0 to 60, you get what I'm saying. You get the analogy, right? So the idea is allow AI, obviously, but don't take the guardrails off. Don't let an average Joe sit here and jailbreak you know, whatever they're you know, what's DeepSeek, I guess, I don't know, you know. Don't do that. Because again, they're just going to sit here and endlessly mess with people that they would otherwise have no clue on how to. The AI is just doing it for them. Oh boy. The the thing that says you have the right to bear arms, you know, that thing itself is in itself a regulation. It is regulating you to bear arms. You are allowed to do that. That is your regulation. Can an average person, again, you have to register these things. Can an average person technically own a frickin' bazooka? Not really. Not really. No. Nope. No. So, like, there's just stuff that people don't consider. You know, can an average person actually, for the most part, own explosives? No. No, they actually can't. This is why fireworks are regulated so heavily, because they're explosives. It's basically what they are. Basically. So, don't be afraid of the regulation, be afraid of the no regulation. Be afraid of what somebody would do. For example, we had a regulation that said we couldn't dump oil waste and water waste. Trump got rid of that regulation. So what's going to happen? Fish are going to die, algae's going to die, it's going to harm the environment. Okay, so that's called no regulation, but now that harms things because you want that regulated, right? Let me ask you something. Do you want people to go speeding down the road as fast as they want to go? No speed limits everywhere? Because that's a regulation. Do you want every state to be like Florida, where there's no like state inspections and stuff like that, and people can just kind of drive? Again, if you drive, you'll see people driving around with like frames and stuff like that. And like, okay, fine, they want to do that down there, that's fine, but every state, like, look, there's reasons for these things. There are. There's reasons for these things. And yes, Florida, they have no state inspection. Just like they have no state income tax. Swear to God, you work in Florida, there's no state income. I swear to God. It's real. So, I also changed it, but for the longest time that was the case. So anyway. Do you think that it should be you know what I mean, like, yeah, it's like, do you think it should be legal for those jerks that's get a laser pointer that, and again, they can buy it, unfortunately, but do you think it should be legal, you know, the jerks that get like laser pointers and then shoot them up in the sky, like hold them up in the sky trying to shine them on, that's not funny. You could actually crash a plane. It's not okay. Don't do that. It's not okay. Don't fucking do that. So, you know, it's like the point is, if that wasn't regulated, people were just allowed to do that. Holy fucking shit. They just get away with that. So imagine if you just got you want lawless society, planes would be crashing. You wouldn't even have planes. They would be decommissioned. They'd have to be privatized. It wouldn't work. There'd be one airline. It'd be Trump Airline. It would never function. The only good plane would be the one he's riding on. God, guys, recognize the fact that we had Back to the Future 2 to tell us what the future would look like if Biff was the president, and y'all didn't listen. You know that scene where he arrives and there's like a tank driving, the shit's on fire and stuff. That's pretty much what Minneapolis looks like, minus the tank. You know what I mean? But there's armored FBI vehicles, so I mean that's pretty much. There's parts of California that looked like that. Yeah. Yep. It's like it's like, again, there's just people that don't think about this stuff and don't know much about it, and they're the people that are the loudest of them all, It's almost like that. The problem is, everybody just, at a certain point, the problem became the fact that every group of people around the world now can communicate with that group of people. That's true. The NSA probably hates that. They probably love it and they probably hate it at the same time. Because chaos. Yep. Because all it takes is for the enemy. This is not even a psyop anymore. All they gotta do is post a meme that's particularly triggering to a certain group of people, and every single one of those people now organize against whatever that meme tells them to organize against. Just because they're not smart enough to just figure out that they're being manipulated by a meme. I feel like sometimes it's the difference between people that you know how you have like a person that they go and they do something they want to do because they love it and they enjoy it and they actually love doing it. They actually love it. It's not put on, it's not made up. They genuinely love doing it. And so therefore, you know, they're not an ass. You know, for the most part. You know what I mean? They're not unhappy and don't take it out on everybody else. Right? But then the people that are just generally assholes and take all their shit out on everybody else, where they like have a job, profession, that sort of thing, and they're just assholes to everyone all the time. They don't really want to be doing that thing. They're just doing it anyway. And they might be good at it, but they don't want to be doing it. And they don't understand this. All their problems are because this person's not good enough at what they're doing, and this person's not good enough. So that way, they don't actually have to do anything. You know, you know what I mean? Because that's the point. They don't want to do anything because they don't like what they're doing. So just be an asshole so they don't have to do anything. And it's all subconscious. They don't realize they're doing it. So there's a third person that will realize this and realize they can separate from both of those, you know, like and yeah, not take part in that nonsense. So that's the point is you can be smart and realize that, you know, there's these things that take hold of you sometimes and make you, you know, you don't have to be this way. You know, and look at everything like a frickin' cliche or like things are stereotyped, or because they're not. There's no such thing. The reason these things exist is because it's something that's like a pattern that you can either see, or it's more obvious to you because of like social situations and stuff like that. It's not really a stereotype. But that's why it's perceived as such, because these things seem, like I said, they seem more common in people with again the patterns that you're seeing. So you know, this has a lot to do with where people come from and stuff like that. So for sure, people will see it that way. You get what I'm saying? And they'll even put that sort of spin on it too, negative, in a negative connotation, and it doesn't mean anything, obviously. You know, like it literally just, you know what I mean? Like it's just vestigial is like, well, so what? People have accents too. You know what I mean? People like accents. So suddenly if somebody has an accent, now that's cool. You know what I mean? Versus, well, I mean, you know, the ever growing race issue where people use that to bully people and stuff like that. They don't, you know what I mean? They'll use that, but you don't hear anybody saying anything about, for the most part, except maybe ICE. Screw them. But like the point is, for the most part, people actually like accents, and, you know, that's actually a really cool thing to sort of have an accent. It's really unique, defining, culturally acceptable. It's not negative by any means. So then why is race this thing? You know, like the color of people's skin, why is that this thing that's always... I'll be honest with you. I mean, you want me to tell you why? The real honest reason, and you're probably not going to want to hear it, the real honest reason is because we've done it before. That's it. Because it's not really that much of a problem. It is sometimes in very, very extreme circumstances, I think. But it's not as much of a problem, I don't think, as it is in the United States. At times. And again, you see that. And again, it's because it existed before. So it's just generational. It lingers. It's unfortunate, but it's true. So, it's just, it's the same reason, it's the same reason anything, happens where we see this gravitational pull in politics towards a radical side of something versus here's a statement of fact of why you agree with this political side versus this other political side. You get what I'm saying? The radical comes out of you not having any valid reason. Radical sides come out of people justifying not having the slightest clue what they're talking about. Because they didn't have a real reason. So they just made a bunch of shit up, going off stuff they heard, or something like that, and they just keep running with it because they said it. And no, they can't unsay it, or something like that. They don't want to be stupid. So they just double down, they keep digging a hole. Truthfully, I think that's a lot of it. There's no way. Because there's no way. At a certain point, you just rationalize as a real, functioning adult. There's no way that they just, they're just, complete denial, just lying the whole time. I mean, it's just complete denial. And that's what sucks. What sucks is somebody that bad, they don't understand what they're actually doing, I think, to society by doing that. So, but that's what you get when, again, you have those two radical sides. You just, it's complete nonsense of just making stuff up, obviously, and then obviously the closer you get to fact, the closer you get to an actual real valid opinion of your political stance. So therefore, that's not radical anymore, right? For the most part. Because it's a factual, valid, real political view. And something that probably works. Otherwise you wouldn't state it, right? For the most part. Obviously there's still some interesting stuff going on, but I think that's a real good way, a good way to look at it, where you can kind of understand it that way, where somebody, again, if you can look the stuff up, just look the stuff up. I mean, like, it really is truly amazing how many people will just look with Trump, you can sit here and you can look something up that he said 5 hours ago, and 5 hours ago, he's saying something that again, now he has either changed his mind and done something totally different, or again, he said something completely outrageous 5 hours ago, wished he hadn't said it, and now he's like, that's fake news. I didn't frickin' say that. Yada yada yada. Oh, it was a oh, it was a joke. It was in jest. I said it in jest. Something stupid like that. So you gotta regulate Google, man. And quite frankly, something would have been done already. Something would have been done about Microsoft too, but there's been too much of this Republican control where we know they are the ones that are aligning with lobbyists, giving tax breaks to billionaires, things like that. I mean, it's not the Democrats doing that. You can just look that up. That's not radical. It's not something I'm saying to. I mean, yes, it's not. Yes, I do back the Democrats, but again, I really want you to understand. I'm coming from a place of trying to be bipartisan and trying to be center, and I want you to understand that I wouldn't just implicitly back one part or the other unless, again, it's factual, and they're standing on their own 2 feet. Okay, so it's just the truth of the fact. That the Republicans have not been conservative for a long time. Period. There's nothing conservative about them. And they're quite frankly giving tax breaks to the rich so that eventually the middle class goes away. Do you know what that means? Republicans, and I want to remind you too, so take what I said, put a pin in it, keep it in your mind. Remember what I said about Republicans, about how, you always see these scam text messages, huge amounts of scam text messages and stuff like that to go here and do this and stuff like it. Like, it's a scam too. I don't get those framed about, like, the Republicans are gonna do this, or anything like that. I get those about, the Dems are gonna do this, the Dems are doing this, the Dems are, like, just endlessly blaming the Dems. Okay? So, like, when you endlessly have a party that you can sit here and you can prove, and the Democrats, again, all you can do is just simply look at fact and go back and look at the Democrats' balanced budgets actually gave you real tax breaks. Like, I'm serious, I'm not making stuff up. Like, it's just stuff they actually did. Like, they actually did balance the budgets. They actually did give you tax breaks. And again, while it isn't the best universal health care system, it's quite frankly pretty bad. It was a starting point that we never adjusted. So again, the Democrats did that. All that stuff. So, again, it's important to remember that, with all that being said, that the party that has been scamming you this whole time, and what you get out of giving tax breaks to the billionaires and making the middle class go away, that thing that we put a pin in, okay? When the middle class goes away and the middle class simply just becomes the poor, remember there's a certain amount of people in the government that depend on a percentage of people to be poor. Remember that. You all know that. And remember, it's exactly the people that give tax breaks to billionaires and help out lobbyists and billionaires. It's exactly those people. Of course it's them. Of course. So, when they're seemingly making the middle class go away and everybody in the middle class would become poor, what would that do to their wallets then? You see what I'm saying? The point is make everybody poor so that a few people can be wealthy. And that's all that's going to happen because there's not enough wealth to go around. Elon Musk is hoarding it all. Billionaires need to be regulated. Period. End of discussion. Just as you regulate monopolies and big companies, billionaires should be regulated. And in seemingly the billionaire that comes into office as president, a convict, all these unprecedented things we've never seen before, seemingly just all these illegal things. And again, still continuing to take advantage of you. Still continuing. I mean, it's even worse. It's getting worse. So anyway, wars cost money. You know, we're going to war with Venezuela for just no apparent reason. Wars cost money. What the hell's that about? And then again, we need to have... Trump basically did not have an infrastructure bill and pretty much defunded cybersecurity for the U.S. Pretty much. Like, the U.S. pretty much just doesn't have cybersecurity defense anymore. That's why we're all getting attacked like crazy. On Google is stealing your data and just doing illegal shit with it because they're allowed to. Because, you know, again, Trump defunded cybersecurity for the U.S., so there's nobody that's gonna... Again, this guy, apparently this person is suing them. But again, the whole point is that they have all these lawsuits pending and stuff like that. Meanwhile, again, this shit was and is illegal. So again, if Trump literally hadn't basically defunded cybersecurity for the U.S., we wouldn't be getting attacked. Again, I want to remind you, this is the same retard that accepted a plane from Qatar. You know what I mean? Like, he just loves Al-Qaeda so much. He accepted a plane. And I want to remind you, okay, so first of all, it's a plane. It's a fucking plane. The thing that they flew into the fucking World Trade Center, okay? I want to fucking reiterate that to you. First of all. Secondly, if a senator even so much as accepted like a gem or like a little gift of anything really, even as a gesture, this would be highly illegal. You know, obviously not from a friendly nation, but fucking Al-Qaeda? They literally committed the worst terror attack in United States history. Unless you want to count Pearl Harbor as being worse. I don't think that's worse. I think World Trade Center 9/11 fucking wins. And I think people have forgotten. As they should not have. Because your Republican President Bush didn't do anything. So, you know, nobody remembered that it was, again, Al-Qaeda. Because remember, he took that megaphone and stood out on that mound in New York and said, "They'll hear us. They're gonna hear us. And we will never forget, yada yada yada." He gave that stupid speech. All to give us a deficit and randomly destroy Iraq. Yep. There's nothing about Al-Qaeda, nothing about Bin Laden, whatsoever. Nothing. He did nothing. 9/11 happened under George W. Bush, and he did nothing. He did sort of like what Trump's doing now. He just randomly went to war with a completely different country. And people were so dumb at the time. They were like, well, yeah, we got to get those guys that attacked the World Trade Center. People were actually confused. They thought that Iraq did this attack or something. This is how dumb people were. They didn't even watch his speech. Where he literally stands there and admits that they're destroying Iraq and lying to you because they believe they have weapons of mass destruction. Oh, okay, so then when people found out about that, now they're gonna be in denial and defend him on that and just be like, yup. Duh. Yep. Just all of a sudden they have weapons of mass destruction. Just all of a sudden. Even though they didn't. Never found any. Iran had them. And we had intel that Iran had them. But, you know, Iraq. That's the reality. You want to know the reality? The reality is that George fucking W. Bush had intel that Iran had WMDs, yet he randomly invaded and destroyed Iraq for no reason whatsoever. So, did nothing about 9/11. Yeah, nothing. Then, Iran had intel that Iran actually did have WMDs. Destroys Iraq for no reason whatsoever. All while lying to the American people saying that Iraq has WMDs. When he knows flat out, has the intel right in front of him that tells him Iran has the WMDs. He lies. No, the intel tells him that the WMDs were made by the Iranians secretly in Iraq, and then they were transported to Iran. That's what the intel fucking tells him. And he just comes out there and he just goes, "Dirkity dirkity dirkity dur. We believe Iraq has dirt 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 dirt. We go forward to defend freedom and all that is good and just in our world. Dirt 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 dirt." So that's what he did. And it gave us a deficit. We had a surplus because Clinton balanced the budget. And then he literally spent like $5 trillion destroying Iraq for no reason whatsoever. So again, when Obama is the guy that got Bin Laden, was doing something about ISIS, and was actually regularly deporting fucking illegal people in this country. We already looked that shit up. Now, he had regular immigration control. Regularly. He deported so fucking many people. So, again, when we can look these things up and we can look at the fact that the Democrats have been helping us, you just see the facts. And all that's been happening is the Republicans are giving tax breaks to billionaires, lying to you about it, and even trying to sit here and fucking rig the election. They're giving the President of the United States too much power. Power that if the Democrats ever gave that to Obama, you would be fucking flipping the shit. You would have fucking blown up the fucking White House or something already. Yep. The fucking MAGA would have blown up the White House if the fucking Democrats gave Obama the amount of power that Trump has, because Trump, trust me, if Trump wanted to fucking roll tanks down New York fucking Times Square right now, he could. Just so you know. He could. He has the power. He's not supposed to. President of the United States is not supposed to have the power to attack citizens. He's not supposed to have that. Congress is not supposed to give him that. That's what your elected officials are for. So why the fuck are you electing a bunch of retards? I'm looking at you, Kentucky, that keeps electing Mitch McConnell since 1985. I'm looking at you. What the fuck are you doing? 1985. And this is the motherfucker that before he was to rule on Trump's impeachment trial, he swore, and remember, he must be an impartial juror. If he is going to rule, especially on something where you're talking about impeaching the President of the United States, this is a very fucking serious matter. And he can't sit there and say he's not going to be impartial. He has to be impartial. He must be impartial. He must. If he admits that he is not going to be impartial, he must be removed. Because it's illegal. It means that he is going to include his bias. He is admitting that beforehand. He admitted that. And then literally proceeded to rule and swear under oath by God on the fucking Bible that he's going to be impartial. After admitting to the press that he wouldn't. That's Mitch McConnell. He represents Kentucky. So if we're talking about getting rid of some states and shit like that, why don't you start with that? Why don't you go ahead and just take Kentucky and let, like them just get absorbed by, just let, like, Louisiana absorb, like, Mississippi and all that, and all up into, all that shit. Why don't you just let that, Because, again, some of those states where it's like right in between, in the middle there. They don't know what they seem like they don't know what the hell is going on. Because again, they're electing Mitch McConnell. The guy who we showed you last time looks like he's stroking out on his picture. He's like the guy can't even hold a straight face anymore. He can't even talk anymore. He's like 80 something. And this guy's been and he's been horrible. I mean, that is treason, basically. Yeah, because the point is, you don't know why he's doing this. He's probably working with Russians. He's probably getting bought out. It's probably what's happening. Pretty sure he was like the Republican, like, sort of party leader for a while too. Like he was the face of the Republican Party for a little while there when Trump first got into office, I think too. And that guy is just the worst. He's terrible. And again, like the point is, nobody looks anything up. And when you do, it's like, what do you think that these Democrats are doing except exactly what they keep saying they're trying to do? And the Republicans just block it. The only time anything got done is, again, when Obama was in office and he was bipartisan. And he freaking went down there and made sure stuff got actually done when he needed to. Because he cared. And he wasn't, the whole point was he tried to negotiate. He wasn't trying to sit there and be a jerk about it. And if he didn't win, he wins anyway. No, the whole point is negotiate. There's usually one thing both sides really want in there, and that's causing the problem. So the point is, you got to figure out how to negotiate that properly before everybody's just like, well, no, now I don't want to do it, or something like that, and just being stupid about it. Anyway, you have had this for a long time. It has been getting worse. The point is, at a certain point, the Democrats just wanted to be successful. They just eventually wanted to do things that would actually benefit people because it makes sense. Why wouldn't you just do the best you can do and then represent people as best you can and then just do the job? Then you just keep getting elected. Yeah, that's it. That's it. That's all they started doing. They started being more conservative. And I have news for you. Foreign policy is easier than you think. Yeah, and the funny thing is, Obama just recently, Brian Tyler Cohen, the interview, was a brilliant interview. He summed it up right there, and it didn't take very long. And honestly, this isn't just a concept from him, even. Like the whole point is, this is the concept from political science. This is just how you do stuff. So, he's just extrapolating that from his education, too. It's just education. It's just an understanding of how certain stuff works. So, with foreign policy, it really is as simple as what I just told you about negotiating with both parties. It's about figuring out what that nation is minus or needs. Like, there's a reason they're doing what they're doing. So figure it out. They need something. This is why we trade with so fucking many people. This is why. And it's why we have such a good relationship because of that trade, too. It is mutually beneficial. They love it, too. Because we give them exactly what they need, too. And until Trump came along, we were actually getting a really good deal versus the rest of Europe. Yeah, we were shafting them. Yet he helped, like, them, and I don't, obviously inadvertently, but like the whole point is that it sort of helped them. Yeah, he's just decreasing the value of the dollar, so the euro is gonna obviously go up. We pay for tariffs. We do. We do. Clinton was popular. Got elected twice. It's because he did stuff. Obama, same thing. Really smart. Got stuff done. Could actually debate. Again, the current guy he's never even won a single debate because he didn't debate a single time. Talking over Hillary Clinton is not debating. She won every single one of those, in my opinion, and so did Biden. So did Biden. Yo, I actually thought Biden was surprisingly pretty well put together for what, like, finding out that he had the cancer diagnosis and, like, I don't know, like, thinking back, like, he actually got a lot done and was seemingly pretty good president, and he was actually a pretty strong opponent too in the race. Like, it's kind of impressive how he did that, and it's just really messed up that people can't see that. It really is. It's a shame. Because if anything, he tried to be bipartisan too, with his policies. Like, obviously there's no Republicans left to work with. It's so hard to. There really isn't. But you know, there you can still try to be conservative about your policies and make people happy. Part of the problem with that, though, is people don't. This is what people don't understand about politics is I've explained this before. Stuff moves really slow, and it's supposed to kind of, you know, like, again, due process and stuff that's like on a legislative level. You're not really supposed to, like, this stuff takes time. You know, if he signs an executive order on the executive level, fine, that's different, but the whole point is that you don't abuse that so that then it goes away, like I talked about earlier. The whole point is that that is reserved and that you are to exercise discipline with that stuff. It's supposed to take time for this stuff to happen, and that is typically the case. So this is why a one-term president, you're going to see that stuff after they leave the office. So, and especially with two-term presidents where they were able to take 2 terms and do a lot. So again, all that job creation Obama had created, all those, it's just record amount of jobs. And Trump was able to benefit from that coming into office. He benefited from Obama's presidency, just as he benefited from Biden's. So Biden was president, but you were only going to start to see stuff right at the end of his presidency. It was starting to get better, right? Right as Trump would have been president-elect. Because that's right around that time where that stuff's going to start kicking in. And you're going to see the effects of it. And especially stuff with inflation and stuff like... Because the stuff, there's going to be bubbles. It's going to go up, it's going to go down, it's going to go up, it's going to go down. But if it's planned, it takes a couple of years. It does. You know, we're talking about fiscal things here, so it's going to take a couple of years for those bubbles to work themselves out, for it to go, and then eventually, you know, it kind of goes like this, or like that. And the whole point is that, you know, obviously, hopefully he does that, but you can see a trend a little bit, and we did. So that's what I really want to draw your attention to is truthfully, this has been just a lot of Democrats and even independents trying to speak out and say, look, there's a good number of even them that aren't opposed to the Democratic reign at the moment because it needs to happen. You know, they're not. They're really not. They're sort of teaming up with Democrats too. Bernie has classically, you know, been teaming up with a lot of different Democrats and stuff like that. You know, again, just a friendly reminder, Bernie Sanders is an independent. He is not a Democrat. So, somebody that you know, again, I've always said that I agree with pretty much everything he says. You know, thought he would have made a great president. But just again, that was an example of a time where the Democrats didn't pick him. Obviously, everybody thinks they should have, but they didn't. Yeah, that was an example of, you know, again, he is an independent, so, but, at least he ran. One thing I'll say again for him, I really respect him a lot for being willing to step into the Democratic realm and run Democrat, even though he was an independent, knowing he couldn't get what he needed. You know what I mean? Like, I really respect him for that, because you have to understand that this is the issue where people are just not, they're fools to this. They're just mindless sheep. And they will forever fight this ridiculous third-party agenda when it has never and will never, ever, 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 ever have the numbers that it needs to win until there's reform. There hasn't been party reform yet. You need legislation reform. Until then, you must vote Republican or Democrat. I do understand that we have many parties. We are a many-party system. I do understand that. We all understand that. However, it doesn't change the truth of the fact that the way it is and the way it has been is a democratic republic, a constitutional, presidential, democratic republic. And you're not going to change that with a bunch of votes. Do you know why I keep telling you this? I'm going to remind you again. The Electoral College will never, ever, 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 they're not going to do it. The Electoral College will not honor that. They won't do it. We are a democratic republic. You need reform. Until that Electoral College goes away, it is not a true democracy. The Electoral College is the perfect example of how Donald Trump won, but Hillary Clinton actually won. Remember how I kept saying that? Okay, perfect example. And it's also why, again, possibly why, you can get those times where I say that voting third parties like voting for the guy you don't want. Because if you go back to every election throughout, what you will see is the percentage is very small. You're talking like the Democrat and the Republican gets, again, in like the frickin' 30s, 40s, 50% range, okay? So when the both of them are getting these numbers, and the third party in every state always gets single-digit percentiles, they are nowhere close to even competing ever. Ever. And not even a single state, this is the case. Okay? So, it's never going to happen. It would have to happen in like every state, basically, because that's how the Electoral College works. So I will explain this again. Even though we reacted to the election, you can watch that any time. We watched and reacted to the election, so you can watch that any time for an education purpose. But again, each state has its own amount of electoral votes. That decides the election. Period. Now, it is possible to get so freaking many that you just... Obama did that. He was just insane. He just had so many. But, no, this is what Trump did, where Hillary had like 3 million more votes than him. But he won. Because he won very specific states that had more electoral votes. So because he won those states, he won. He didn't win more votes. He just won more states that had more electoral votes. That has nothing to do with, like, doesn't Pennsylvania have like 23 or something like that? Like, this is what you have to understand. Like, we're not talking like millions or something. We're just talking about a fixed number each state. That's it. We're not talking about something that changes, that rotates, that's a fair thing. We're talking about a fixed number. Doesn't even make any sense, does it? It sounds like an old archaic system, doesn't it? Yes. It was based on the idea that it's supposed to give more power to these smaller states. So why the fuck does California and Texas and all these big states have all these elect? It doesn't even make any sense, right? So can we please get rid of this? Can we say it's not working and it shouldn't have ever happened? Maybe. So the point is, you know, you can if you can win all these popular votes, all these votes everywhere, but if you add up all the electoral college votes that the current person got in the election, and they got more electoral votes out of all the states, they got the electoral win. That's it. They have won. Because again, it's not a true democracy. That's my point. That's why you should have gotten rid of the Electoral College or regulated it by now. Because that's why you always see, you know, a number on both sides, and it's not like millions of votes or anything like that. It's just a number. And then they add some numbers, and they add some numbers, and they add some numbers, and they're adding electoral votes from each state. Because it's a race to the electoral win. That's it. It's just that. That's all. That's why it's a race too. Because they can subtract what's left from the electoral votes and see whether what's left is less than what the current winner has. And obviously, if it is, then we know who the winner is. So the point is, voting third party is like giving it to the guy you don't want, because it's never going to be more than 1-digit percentiles. And we're talking about, like, again, like, sometimes 40-50%, where the other guy, you know, would also then be 30 or 40%, something like that. And then, you know, that third party is just trickling in with single digits percentiles. So they have to then get up to the teens, up to the 20s, then up to the 30s, and then they're closer. And they have to do this in every state. They just don't have it. They don't have it. They never have. And part of the reason for this, and we know this, is because of their representation. So if they have more representatives in government, like, again, elected independent officials, then you have more representation in our government. And suddenly it's not a democratic republic anymore. But you don't have them. You don't. You got Bernie. We have so many Republicans and we have so many Democrats. And again, a lot of them are quitting. You know, a lot of them can't. A lot of the good ones are just quitting government altogether. Democrats and Republicans. That's what you got to be concerned about. That's the concern, because of just the raging circus dumpster fire that is happening. So, in reality, yeah, the politicians obviously know when something is or isn't going to help you. The question is, you know, why would they sign off continuously on bills and stuff that give tax breaks to billionaires? Because, like, again, you should pay the same tax percentage as a billionaire, if not less, right? Because they make so much more money than you. Why would they pay less a percentage? We've talked about this before. Like, again, when you go to the grocery store and you pay taxes on your sales tax and stuff like that, you don't segregate people into lines and stuff at the grocery store and shit like that, right? And be like, well, the rich person, they pay less sales tax, everybody else over here. You don't do that, right? So again, why do you do this with, you know, like income tax and stuff like that? Why are you doing this? Why wouldn't they pay the same percentage? Why are they paying less? So again, if you and I are paying like 12%, they're paying closer to like 5 and 4. And what you have to understand is they could pay more, and it wouldn't hurt them. They would barely feel it. For them, just like Trump, it's like closing a few casinos. Yeah. Yeah. So then when the economy is doing better and the bubble fixes itself in a few years, maybe they can reopen them. The point is they'd have to downsize. Yeah, you know what I mean? Like, it doesn't make any sense to sit here and say that these gigantic companies with these CEOs that make so much money should be. They just shouldn't. It should, in my opinion, it should be criminal. I really do think that way. I really do think it corrupts people too. Because there's no possible way that person makes that much money and understands the problems that regular society faces. And Donald Trump's one of them. And he's the president. So there's just, again, in our modern society, there's no way. Bill Gates, maybe. Maybe. He's a little bit of a different breed than the rest. But the rest have proven that they don't. Again, look. Who continuously, like... It really is as simple as understanding that a moron is somebody that continuously proves to you that they're a moron. I'm sorry, but it's that... It's really that true. Elon Musk is a moron. He's not smart. Is he smart because he built this rocket business and stuff like that? Well, I guess it sounds pretty smart, and it's pretty... yeah, I mean, like, that's smart. The problem is that, like, you have to understand that because he has all these resources and he is who he is, he can hire all these people, he can work with the best, he can contract with NASA and just feed them money, slap his name on everything. It's sort of like what a producer can do to a movie. You know how producers can really screw up a movie? Yeah, because the point is they're funding the movie. So if they want to put something stupid in the movie or suddenly change the script and it screws up the whole thing, unfortunately they can do it because they're the ones paying for the movie. Does that make sense to you? So you have to understand that it's sort of like that, where you have like these idiots, like in a movie where they just constantly, we see these really bad movies. That's a perfect example of a jackass producer that probably makes way too much money, wanting, you know, what they want in that movie because they're an idiot. Not because they thought it was a good idea. but just because they're selfish, you know? It's that simple. And so this brings me to full circle back to where I was talking about earlier, like people that love what they do and do it. But, you know, again, there's also people that don't love what they do and they continue to do it too. And I do think that a lot of times that's those CEOs where they do this job for a really long time, and like, look, let's be honest, a CEO should be more of like a term limit sort of thing. You know, like we have like with senators where we're wanting term limits with them too. That's how I should look. That's how I look at CEOs, where they get paid too much money. Where if your company makes over a certain amount or something like that, you can no longer be, like, if you're the owner, you can't fill the CEO position. You can't give yourself a paycheck because your company's already worth X amount. Now, let's add on to that. Let's say you have a CEO. The CEO can only be the CEO for 2 years. You can have a CEO for 2 years, but they must either A, retire, or, you know, again, go and be a CEO somewhere else. They can be CEO somewhere else. They just can't sit there and be CEO for fucking YouTube for, I don't know, 10, 15, 20 years, you know. They can't sit here and just... Because the problem is, if you would have a CEO that starts, you know, again, I'm not saying that they're not going to start good stuff, but the point is you're going to have a CEO that comes in, and they're going to go do some good stuff, and they're going to do some shit stuff. The point is, if they're really bad, they can really screw up the whole company. And a lot of other people, too. And it can cost so much money. So wouldn't it be better to just regulate this to where, to make sure that the company now has a duty where they must go through a process of making sure that, just like the president has a smooth transition, now a new CEO coming in must be trained by this other CEO. And the CEO is going to know that going into it, that they're not going to be there forever. So they're going to want to have an exit plan, an exit strategy, and stuff like that. That's going to be part of their interview and everything. Like, this will all be built into it. It'll just be little bit of a different process. And the whole point is you build it into it because now you can actually be even more competitive with the market. Where now your CEOs can be more on a rotating thing and phase into maybe other things and have fun with themselves instead of spending way too much time doing one thing. And you will have more people being promoted to CEO positions too and understanding the job. More will do the job, more will outsource, network. It'll be a much bigger market than it is now. And it will expand the market to the point that you will never see paychecks like this anymore. Because that's the problem. The problem is they're not doing this on purpose. Because that's the lobbyist. That's the guy paying off the senator. That's why. He's the guy paying off the senator. That's a lobbyist. Who do you think they are? That's who they are, okay? I mean, it's not directly the CEO, but they send a representative, okay? So, can we, you know, you get what I'm saying? Now, nobody is saying that this restriction. I think it would be a good idea to even maybe write it a little bit lengthy, so that you can have some provisions in there for exceptions and stuff. You know, extending that. You know, extenuating circumstances and stuff like that. But you know, just having a definitive deadline, I think, would be important. You can write that provision, have a definitive deadline. You know, make sure that's a statement of fact in there. You know, extension, you know, permitted, whatever, but that the extension thereof has to have a statement of, you know, a deadline. You know, essentially, it's done here. You know, so that would be the provision if you're going to have that. But you know, you could do. You can do a more specific time period too. I just think it's a good idea to not get too specific, but have the provision too, so that way it doesn't seem like you're confining them too much, because you don't want to do that, but you do want to regulate that. So yeah, because people are going to want to extend sometimes, and that's going to happen. So you have to have that provision in there. But I think it's important to have. If you have an extension, you know, the provision states, you know, just make sure that the extension thereof has a stated deadline. And, you know, obviously you're just like an appeal or something like that, it has to be approved. You know, I would assume you would want approval of said extension. But, you know, like, probably not difficult to do sort of thing, you know. So that's just a suggestion. But it would be a way of going about it. And it would still work. Like, it would still work. You would sincerely have to consider numbers and figures and stuff like that across the board, what it'll do long term. That's all. Just make sure you run that information. Obviously, it's a really important thing to do. But I think that overall, CEOs need to stop hoarding the money, because they are. Because it is, again, a position where that person does very little for the company. They are often just the spokesperson, and they make sure all of the goals, like the main goal of the company, continues to drive forward no matter what, and cut those ties out if they need to. Like, that is, you know, the main focus of that person. Give or take, depending on the company and stuff like that, obviously. Different companies, different, you know, I mean, obviously it gets more or less complicated. But it's really not a very complicated position. It's not. And they get paid so freaking much money. So, look, they don't need that. They really don't. It's a lavish lifestyle. They want it, and it's generational, where each generation after the next that becomes a CEO and it goes into this executive level of well, really, job market. It's executive level of the job market. I mean, it's literally in the titles, you know, CEO. You know, it just gets exponentially worse. Exponentially. It really does. Because inflation, too. So it's incalculable. It's insane. It's gonna be just it's gonna be insane. So you've gotta cap it. It is ridiculous how much money they make, and they frankly don't need it, and they get shit for free. I've already explained to you guys that people that are rich are given stuff. Everybody gives them things. Alright, so now let me put this in a perspective of a CEO. This person, while they don't own the company, they're essentially the next person under whoever owns, or if there's a board or something like that. They really are. So, you know, like, anything they need, they can sort of help themselves. They really can, and they do. So they can make out just fine. You know, and wholly aside from the fact that some of them are, again, like millions of dollars a year and stuff like that, okay? That's absurd. That's absurd. That's absurd. Watch this. Yeah. So, CEOs, I've already explained that CEOs can make millions of dollars a year, okay? A brain surgeon that literally operates on somebody's brain makes $700,000 a year. A brain surgeon. They save lives, and not only do they do that, they have to have such a skill at what they do. They perform surgery on somebody's fucking brain. They have to be this skilled. You know, like to the point that they're probably dieting and doing daily habits that would improve the smoothness of their hands so that their joints don't creak while they actually move. That insane. Can you imagine like being that insane where you're starting to like take supplements and do crazy health things, like every day you go for a run, you drink only water, you do these really crazy things all day, every day, just for the sake of being so fucking skilled at what you do that you have to operate on somebody's brain, and you make $700,000 a year. That's what you make. Wow. So, a surgeon can, it said something like a surgeon can, you know, it can get up to like 1.8 million. And I know that, like, there are times where surgeons can be like famous surgeons and stuff, and some of those make, yeah, 2 million bucks a year. That makes sense. Okay, but that's like very circumstantial. Most of them don't make that much. They really are making upper six digits, upper six digits. So CEOs of when I ask how much CEOs of billion-dollar companies make, CEOs of major billion-dollar U.S. companies earn, on average, between $17 million and $25 million a year, with top-tier executives frequently receiving over $30 million to over $100 million in total compensation. Compensation is heavily weighted towards stock awards and long-term incentives rather than cash salary. Oh boy. That's why they need to be capped for amounts of time. For that long-term incentive. That's absurd. It's fucking absurd. No, like that's everything. They're sitting here figuring out how to become filthy rich criminals. They want their private jets, and they're gonna fucking sit here and lay off an entire fucking department of the company just so they can get it. It's not actually to sit here and because they, to cut this and that for the, no. They will get a boost in their salary every year. It doesn't matter if they lost money or not. They will always get a boost. That's what you have to realize. And the Republicans are helping these people. So, median compensation. The top 100 highest paid CEOs at large U.S. firms saw a median pay reach $31 million. $31 million in 2024. A 21% increase from the previous year. 21% increase. Holy sh... The Republicans did that. Yeah, a 21% increase. Are you getting an increase in your pay? Is the middle class getting an increase in their fucking pay? Are you kidding me? It should be so illegal. This guy's doing insider trading. It's not even funny. So, this dude, and he has a very obviously intentionally low salary on purpose, and he's the CEO of Google? Yeah, okay. So his salary seems low, but then the point is you look at his net worth and it does confirm that his net worth is closer to $1 billion. $1 billion. He hasn't even been like, when did he become CEO? He hasn't been CEO like that long, has he? I don't know. How long did he become? Uh, 2015. Interesting. Yeah, you know what's really interesting about this? It really is indicating that, and again, this should be illegal in my opinion. But his net worth, a lot of his net worth is based on the fact that he owns huge amounts of stock. In the company. So like that's insider trading. Like basically, if a good sum of his net worth, again, it literally says net worth exceeded $1 billion in 2025, and it says largely driven by his Alphabet stock holdings, Alphabet Inc., which is again Google's stockholder. Like that's the name of the company for their stock. What the hell? His salary is $10 million. He has a $10 million salary, $10.7 million salary. That's it. And his fucking net worth. His fucking net worth is over $1 billion in 2025, largely driven by Alphabet stock holdings. So he can do things to influence the company and his wallet. Because again, he owns $1 billion in fucking stock. You can't do that. It's a public company. It's a publicly traded company. This company is literally a company you can buy Alphabet Inc. stock. It's the point of it. So, since it's a publicly traded company, why the fuck can this guy be a CEO and own $1 billion fucking worth of stock? It's illegal. He can't do it. It's called insider trading. He's not allowed to own that much of the company and also be CEO. It's incredibly illegal. Do you have any idea how illegal that is? And he's just doing it. What the fuck? Jesus Christ. How many things am I going to find out on stream that people are getting away with that are just literally illegal? I say it. Some fucking FBI agent's probably sitting here watching going, son of a bitch. They can't do anything because Donald Orange Face piece of shit Trump. And then me, Again, just sitting here discovering it, and then other people are like, yeah, whatever. They don't fucking know. This is absurd. His 2024 pay was roughly 32 times the median employee's salary. I just... Like, again, he already has an absurd $10.5 million salary. He gets... What the fuck? He in 2024, in 2024, this motherfucker wasted $8.27 million for personal security. We're gonna make a whole stream about this. We're gonna sit here and we're gonna make a whole stream about this guy and about how I'm being attacked and harassed by Google. Because I am. I mean, it's literally their fucking company. They literally own YouTube. It's their trash. And meanwhile, this fucking asshole spends $8.2 million in 1 year on personal security. And I am being stalked, doxxed, and harassed on a daily fucking basis on their platform. And this motherfucker spends $8.27 million in 2024 on personal security. So he clearly understands how much personal security is worth because he spent $8.27 million on it in 1 year. Yeah, I may as well just win my court case with that. Jesus Christ. Should have been a lawyer, huh? Yeah. It's probably my opening statement. Right there. Yeah. But don't let this company fool you. This company where just YouTube alone makes over $31 billion in advertising revenue in 1 year, but their CEO actually makes over $10 million annually in just his compensation salary. But not only that, I am being stalked, harassed, and doxxed on YouTube for years at a time. These policies are being violated. Things that are policies, things that are security breaches. It's right there in their own policies. You can read it. And the CEO of Google, the company that owns YouTube, where all this is happening, that CEO spends almost his entire salary in 1 year. $8.27 million on personal security. So, personal security is so important to this CEO that he spends almost his entire salary on it. Quite frankly, 80% of his salary. That's how important personal security is to the CEO of Google, the company that owns YouTube, the company that, again, personal security isn't important. Because every day I am stalked, doxxed, and harassed. And so are other people. it's pretty amazing. It really is. It's pretty amazing that holy shit. And again, I mean, that is illegal. It is. It's just Trump administration. I mean, there's no question. You cannot own $1 billion of your company's fucking stock. Are you kidding me? Like, again, if you're the CEO, even if you're like a median employee or something like that, and you silently owned a bunch of stock or something, fine. But when you're the CEO, you're the executive fucking employee, the executive employee, you cannot own that much of the company. You can't do it. It is a publicly traded company. If you own more than half, it's illegal. Can't do it. Because you own more than half. Fucking Christ. There's you, and then there's the public. If you own more than half, the public owns less than you. Duh. Christ. There it is. There's your rule. It's that simple. Anyway. This is both despicable, eye-opening. It's both despicable and eye-opening. It really is, but I mean, it's not surprising. It shouldn't be eye-opening. It really shouldn't. But it is. Doesn't surprise me though. But it is eye-opening. It does open your eyes. You can see where the problems are. Yeah, no, again, he could be fixing things. He's just making a bunch of money instead. Yeah, that's the problem. Yeah. It's like the same thing the Republicans are doing, same thing Trump's doing, same thing anybody's fucking doing, where they're the executive. You know, again, the amount of times some asshole owned a restaurant and didn't deserve to own a restaurant, and all he did was made a decision, an asshole decision, with his asshole car and his asshole expensive this and that, didn't actually do anything and help. No. Just made an asshole decision, profited off of it, and never showed up. So, that is the problem with America. The problem with America is every business owner wants to own a business because they have this vision of them doing nothing. So a CEO can do that. A CEO can get away with that because, again, as you can see, he spends $8.2 million on personal security. Well, let's be honest. We know why. Because he's fucking stealing. So, I don't even need to say anymore. You guys get it. What a weird thing that is happening. You know, like, just the fact that this is a problem where owners want to just, you know, again, they want to own something, not to Not because they have this vision of working, doing work. It's fun to do that. You know what I mean? It's almost like they don't put themselves in that. They have like this dream, and the dream bubble appears, right? But the dream bubble is like a TV show version, right? It's not the reality, right? So they don't see all the times where they get busy and people call off and yeah, you know what I mean, and they have to put more time in. You know what I mean? Like, they don't see it like that. They see it. You know, like it's everybody comes in and you make perfect food every time, and everybody always loves your food. They have a smile on every time. Every employee is always on time. You can pay your employees a huge amount, what they deserve right away. You know, you don't have to have like a starter sort of period you go through where that's rough, and you know, like, it just they have this you know, unrealistic view. They do. And the reality is that a CEO often, this is what happens, because they got into college at fucking wherever they got into because that person could pay to get them to college. And so now they have a piece of paper that says they can do this job. They probably really suck at that job. But that piece of paper says they can do it, and, you know, they sort of passed, you know, for whatever reason. No, truthfully, the amount of people that I have run into in the workplace where the more I found out about management, like, basically that was kind of the turning point, where the more I found out about management, and again, this is just my experience in the U.S. I can't say anywhere else, obviously. But the more I found out about management, the more I found out that there's again that person where they will love what they're doing and want to do it. And they will do it and do it and do it because they love doing it. But again, with management, the more I find that these folks get promoted a lot of times, and it seems really undeserving, where it's almost like they came in and initially got this and didn't work for it or something like that, and initially were given this thing. Like, alright, so like, I was a business owner, and there's times where I go to a job and they're like, you know, oh, well, you own a business, that's management experience. And I'm like, yeah, I agree with you. But then you go to another place and they're like, well, no, it's not. It's not. That's not management experience. Even though it is. And, you know, they want the other management experience where you're a manager at the other place and it was like an actual official title and stuff like that. And there's a... So, like, it just... They don't know. I started figuring out people don't know. The people that want the official title and stuff like that, they don't know what the fuck they're doing. And then the people that will put some faith in you and see what you have, they actually know what they're doing because they can see it in you because they know what the fuck they're doing. Does that make sense? The whole point is the person and how often is this? This is like every fucking job, right? And they'll never hire somebody that clearly has the experience and know-how and stuff like that, But they'll just be like, well, you got to work into that position. I know you have the management experience. You were a shift manager. You actually did a management position for X. Well, you still have to work into that. Blah 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 blah. Doesn't even make any fucking sense. So the whole point is you could train, if they have the experience, you could just train them to do that job. They have experience doing that task. Just explain how it works here versus there. Okay? Knowing where that experience was. That's literally that fucking simple. But meanwhile, every goddamn person you talk to, almost, every once in a while you get a smart person, but yeah, that's what it is. And truthfully, like that dumb about it, where somebody, they'll actually think that it's like, no, you want the experience before you want the piece of paper. That doesn't fucking mean anything. The CEO, you know, the point is, they've lived this silver spoon lifestyle. They got somebody to pay their way through college, pay their way through this, pay their way through that, whatever. Same thing. So as soon as they get into that position, very entitled, just as if they've always been. So they want their entitlements. They want their $8.27 million to you know, personal security. I mean, Jesus Christ, even $1 million would sound like a lot. But just multiply that by 8. And then go another 0.27, and then that's where you arrive at. How the fuck do you even say that guy's name? How hasn't Trump flipped out about this yet? He's racist. Why hasn't he flipped out about this yet? I'm genuinely surprised, actually. I'm just saying, like, I'm genuinely surprised Trump hasn't, like, flipped out about the fact that this dude is... Because, again, I can't even fucking pronounce his name. I mean, he's clearly, like... he looks Indian. I don't... His name, he looks sort of Indian. His name looks sort of Indian. I have no idea, though. Dude went to, I think, University of Pennsylvania, though. That's what's fucking hilarious. Yeah, I think he went to, I don't know if it was PSU. PSU is not Penn State. People think that. It's not PSU. Penn State's just Penn State. PSU is different. Yeah, it's Pennsylvania State University. Penn State is Penn State, and there's different campuses. There's like several. Oh, there we go. Yeah, he's Indian. Well, I mean, he's obviously American. I'm just saying this. His nationality, like his ethnicity. He's Indian American. This guy's. I think it's a Wharton. Oh, no. No, I was right. University of Pennsylvania. I was right. He went to Stanford. He went to Stanford first, then he went to University of Pennsylvania. That's where he got his MBA. It's a totally bullshit degree. It really is. It's completely bullshit. Business administration. It's complete bullshit. You just learn it all online. It's complete fucking bullshit. Again, it's a piece of paper. It's like accounting. You know what I mean? Do you really gotta fucking... What's there to... Come on. Okay, let me look up the statutes in the area for what you have to file for taxes. Okay. So just know all that. There you go. You're an accountant. Don't suck at your math. It's just a matter of knowing what you have to file for what you're doing. I mean, obviously don't be an idiot about it, but it's like a self-taught sort of thing that you could do, you know what I mean? Yet, piece of paper. I'm just saying, like, it's the same sort of thing. You know what I mean? Like, coding and, like, things like that, like, that's a real skill. You need to be taught that. It's really just about, like, for example, what is the one thing in, like, alright, for example, like, business management, like business administration, stuff like that. It's really about that. It's really about the management side of things. Like, just understanding that really the mistake that you're gonna make is your math. That's it. So just don't suck at math when you're doing your percentages and your projections or whatever you're doing for your goals. Make sure that your end result for your projections or whatever, whoever's doing that math, always has a positive. You know, you have a surplus. You know, that's it. Like, it's not like he's doing that either. He's just hiring the people to do it. So it's literally that. It's recognizing credentials. All right, what does credentials does this person need for this? It's that fucking... I mean, come on. It's just such a bullshit fucking thing. And again, all that's just management. It's just shit you know and figure out through experience. And then, you know, again, this guy's a piece of paper. Ooh. Yeah, so he became CEO because he was the diversity hire. That's why. It's the truth. He became the CEO because he was the diversity hire. They wanted an Indian. It's the same thing with YouTube. YouTube got an Indian CEO too, right? Pretty sure they did. Yeah. Yeah. Why are they trying to be all smooth with India? Seems interesting. Because more people are in India than anywhere in the world. It's all about the numbers. We talked about this one day. Remember? Remember what I told you guys? You could add up all the people in all the other countries in the world. Still not equal the amount of people. Isn't that insane? And they're all jammed into India. Jeez. Oh my gosh. Yeah, they don't got problems. Whew. They got some problems, man. They got problems. Again, I see absolutely nothing. I'm trying to find anything. Anything that qualifies him as CEO of Google. You know what I mean? Like over, well, really anybody else. Because let's be honest, they've been going downhill. And it's sort of around then. And it's around privacy stuff. We're getting breached by India a lot. Connecting data. It's all about family and getting to your family. Hello? Hello? Anybody home? Anybody in there? I joined Google. He's been with Google since 2004. Here's the thing. See, now I'm seeing the problems. I'm seeing the problems. Yeah, I'm seeing the problems. I'm seeing the problems. Yeah, he oversaw a lot of the projects that Google did that ended up breaching people's information. So it's this guy. He did it. And he's still doing it. He doesn't care. It's him. It's the CEO. It's this guy. He's doing it. He doesn't give a shit. It's just literally him. Because, again, he was in the company, but he didn't have any of this executive, like again, he wasn't CEO until, I think, 2015. And like I said, you know, that was a lot of Yep. It says it right here. He told a committee that Google employees cannot influence search results, and he also stated that Google users cannot opt out of having their data collected. Who's this guy? He's already stated it. Like it's been this guy. Yeah. Yeah, it's him. And everybody's putting him on top of the world and boosting him because he's Indian. He's probably really liked. He probably does interviews, and it's really hard to dislike him. He's probably very charismatic, and he smiles a lot. That's probably what it is. Indian people are very manipulative. They're very good at that. It's embedded in their culture. They sort of walk around and... Like, if you would see some of the street things that go on there, like, people just lie regularly and manipulate people on the street and stuff. And if you call them out on it, like, they'll literally start, like... There'll be, like, a gang of people that starts going after you and stuff like that. I'm not making that as real. Consider the fact that literally... half the fucking world. Okay? Consider that. Half the world. Half the world. In India. Half. Half. Okay? India ain't it ain't all that big. Okay? Half the world. Okay? So, you gotta understand, it's beyond just him. It's the people that know him that are Indian. His family, his relatives. He's Indian. So is the CEO of fucking YouTube. Okay? It's the people that know them. Their family. They're the Indians that they're still in contact with. That are getting scammed back in India. Okay? It's their connections and their ties. Alright? It's literally that basic. And it's the fact that, again, this guy is so goddamn oblivious and so stupid. Like, this guy is a moron when it comes to tech. He is a moron. This guy literally just motivates, and if people don't get shit done, he fires them. That's it. I've seen this type of management style before. It's all he does. I've seen it before. I've seen it a million times. That's all this asshole does. Because there's nothing credible here that you can say that came out of what he did that was successful. All of these things that were launched by him were a disaster. Every last one of them. Every last one of them was a disaster. Even Gmail. You can't pretend like Gmail is good. It's trash. It's always been trash. Gmail is fucking garbage. Y'all think it's good because you only use that. This guy oversaw the development of piece of shit Google Chrome and Chrome OS. That's right. Yep, this guy Chrome. Yeah. Now you know why it's so shit. Yeah. 'Cause, you know, just get it done. Chrome is shit. It is garbage. So is fucking Gmail. I must Ask Jeeves. Ask Jeeves was best freaking. Remember Ask Jeeves? I'm gonna turn to Ask. Just Ask. Remember that? Remember Lycos? Oh yes, and again, Chromebook, yes. What a success that piece of shit was. I just none of this, again, Google Maps was a disaster when it first launched. Disaster. Chrome was trash when it first launched, and it really hasn't ever been great. None of these things are anything that gives me any confidence in this CEO. None of them. And you want to know what's funny? This is really funny. I want to read this. Hold on. This is funny. This is so funny. I agree. This is so funny. This guy has... So he had a complaint. He fired this employee. There was a lawsuit and everything. This is crazy. This guy's racist. This Indian guy. He's racist. Against white people. Yeah. Because remember, most people don't view it that way. It's not culturally that way. Most people won't. This is the problem. And it starts with folks of color recognizing that they're doing this. That racism goes both ways. Because there are plenty of folks of color that are sitting here being racist too, where they're not understanding that it goes both ways, man. You can't sit here and be racist towards white people, all while sitting here claiming that, you know, it's terrible for them to be racist toward you, but you're gonna seemingly say, you know, similar stuff and treat them similarly in similar circumstances where, you know, now the whole point is, oh, well, this guy's CEO, this Indian American, and so he's gonna hire a lot of Indian Americans and get them promoted and shit like that. And, you know, anybody that complains about his policies, where he clearly has a policy written in there, very complex diversity policy written here that actually sort of, the way it's stated and stuff, kind of clearly states that the company intentionally hires people based on color. That they will actually admit that they sometimes hire people specifically for the purpose of hiring diversity. That's sort of admittance that they're being racist towards whites, biased towards whites at times, where they could have hired a white person. That's admittance of guilt towards that. It is. That is what that is. Because you're actually putting a policy in there stating that you're going to make sure that to do this. Why would you need to put policies in there to make sure that you do that? Why? Why not just do it? You're the Indian American CEO. Why do you need a gigantic policy front stating that you're doing these things? Because you're fucking racist? And you want white people to feel not welcome at your company? So more Indian people join your company? And you can force out the white people? Yes. Yes. So, yeah, this guy got fired, and he like was like suing and all kinds of stuff. The way he went about it, I think, ended up being a problem. But yeah, I agree with it, because you can't sit there and do that all while claiming to not be racist. I mean, this fucking, I don't even know how to, Sundar? Is that how you say his name? Sundar? The fuck? How do you, is that how you say his name? I don't even know how to say that. Again, I wish I knew how to say that. The point is, this guy is really racist. And I'm really sick and tired of seeing this. Because this is the one thing I will agree with the other side, that I'm seeing overwhelming pushes for. And it's absurd. It is radical. It's starting to get absurd. Where I see, you know, we're trying too hard to put, like, this shouldn't have happened. This guy has no qualification for being CEO. None. I don't even see it. I see things that he did barely that were a launch and could be looked at as eventually successful under the leadership of a different CEO, where he supervised these things. They sucked initially and eventually got better under a different CEO. Yep. And then eventually he got the CEO position. Yep. That's what happened. Yes. So again, he was just in charge of them. Doesn't mean he was successful at them. He kind of sucked at it, actually. Chrome sucks. Chrome OS always fucking sucked. It was trash. He sucked. Failure. The moment I saw that he's in charge of Chrome anything, failure. You sucked at that. Chrome is a disaster. Google Maps was a disaster at launch. Gmail has always been a fucking disaster. Don't sit here and try to pretend like you, oh, it's so good. No, it isn't. You don't have anything to compare it to. You have never used another email. Guaranteed. And if you do, you used it in the modern realm where Google was allowed to make every other fucking email look bad. Because they monopolize. Because of this guy. So you wanna know my personal opinion? $8.27 trillion, billion, sorry, billion, trillion, not trillion, billion. The $8.27 million that this guy wastes in security. You wanna know what I think? I think that he has to have that because he's a criminal. Taking advantage of that many people, so he needs that. That's what I think. Yep. That's what I think. And I think that's exactly how he got those other tasks done. He used to fire shitloads of people if they couldn't get something done or something like that. And then meanwhile, that asshole is too stupid to understand all he's doing is firing people for the new people to come in and steal the work the people just did to look good. And so now it's going to look like they did the work in half the time because they're going to come in, swoop in, and steal all of the work that the people just did that you fired. And so now it's going to look like these people, they did such a good job really quickly because you just fired all the people that were doing all the work and gave all their work to the people that came in. Oh, right. That's why you're firing white people and hiring a bunch of Indians. So it can look like white people are lazy and bad at their jobs, all while giving Indians jobs. I see what you're doing now. Yep. Racist motherfucker. And this is honestly the truth about a lot of Indians. They are racist. I've seen it. They are. Truthfully. They're nasty, disgusting, racist people. They're narcissists, too. They think they deserve everything. I've said this before, but you know, any civilization of people, any country that regularly is okay with, you know, again, this is regular, where the parents just sort of give their daughter away to like this really old guy in another country just because he's rich or something. Yeah. And their daughter might be like 16 or 17 or something like that, and they're just gonna, here you go. This is like regular with where they want like it's arranged marriages and stuff like that. And the guy's like, again, like 50 something, sometimes 50 something, 60 something, you know. So that should tell you all you need to know about, you know, their logic. Yeah, that's the point. So this guy, this CEO, the point is, it's probably the same way. And I don't know if he does, But if he has a daughter, kids, probably feels the same way. He's probably going to force one of them to only accept the person that he deems worthy. And again, it's not going to be somebody that cares about them. It's going to be somebody that's wealthy. That's it. That's the qualification. So, you know, sort of like how Donald Trump hires people for office. You know, Betsy DeVos, she was the Secretary of Education for really no reason whatsoever except that her husband, you know, knew Trump, right? Their buddy is rich. She has a rich husband, right? That's her qualification. Her husband's rich. Yeah. Secretary of Education. And all she did was cost us a shitload of money. That's all she did. Defund shit. Cost us money. Yep. That's all she did. So yeah, it's kind of like that. It's kind of like how he hires somebody for a job, you know. Oh, was billionaire? Oh, okay. Yeah. That's fine. Yeah, he gets the job. That's the qualification. It's like Pete Hegseth. Pete Hegseth. What did Pete Hegseth do to be Secretary of Defense? Pete Hegseth is just a fucking Fox News anchor. The hell? Yep, just a Fox News anchor. So, look, this guy's gonna work up in the company, whatever. But I'm calling you out on your stupid fucking bullshit. When every project you did was a disaster at launch, and you can just simply fucking look it up. And not only that, I'm calling your stupid bullshit when you make over $10 million a year. You spend not your money, but you spend $8.27 million on, again, security. And you own possibly over $1 billion in company stock. You again, Elon Musk put you to shame, because even Elon Musk fucking sat here and proved that, like, he doesn't need personal things and sleeps at the office and stuff. Like, look, you could say what you want about that guy, but he actually works. There's a difference. This is what you have to recognize. I see this all the time. There's a huge difference between a billionaire that does their job, that works for it, and they have earned it, that they won't look like a billionaire. They won't. That's the difference. This guy looks like a billionaire, right? You just look at him, he looks like a fucking billionaire. He just looks like him. Gordon's worth billions. You guys know that. I don't know how much, but he's easily worth billions. That guy's worth billions. He doesn't look like it. I mean, it's not like, obviously, his isn't bad. I'm just saying, he doesn't try to, like, he's, you know. Because the whole point is, if he was, you know what I mean? Like, if you're in an office, that's a little bit different, okay? But when you're more hands-on, you won't be dressing like that. Right? Because you're more hands-on? Right? So, I used to respect the CEOs that would wear, like, the polos with, like, the company logo on them and stuff like that. Like, the whole point was, like, they themselves wanted to not feel above people. You know, they wanted to look more like the company and represent the company instead of a suit. You know, like, the point is, we will see your effort. And I don't see his effort, I see his not effort. I see his lack of effort. I see a guy doing this as much as he can. Just as much as he can fucking wring that thing out for everything it's worth. That's what I see. And remember, that's really, really bad when not only that, this guy, like, very clearly is trying to make it look like he doesn't make very much. Like, his salary says, Google tells you that his salary is only, again, like, 10 million. It's just not the case. Like, we know that's a fucking lie. We know that's a lie. There's no fucking way. Again, and he, so the rest of his fucking compensation is that, and it says, it literally states this, it admits that he owns quite literally almost $1 billion fucking dollars in stock. I just, do you know how that works? I don't expect everybody here that comes across this channel and to be in and that is in here to necessarily understand the stock market and play stocks or anything like that. But if you do, you'll understand what that means. Okay? Let me explain it a little bit. He has all his stock in a company that he directly has influence in. And it's billion! That much! So, when you have that much, there's also, again, he owns that stock. That is his. And it's worth about that much. Okay? That's what that means, okay? So he's got, like, his accounts, and he's got his stocks in there, okay? So what he can do is, because he has so much, he's the CEO, and now he owns, you know, $1 billion in stock. What he can do is, around tax time, he can do things to sort of bring it down a little bit. in the company, make it seem like, you know, there's less than there is. And then as soon as the new year hits, or whenever he does his taxes, or wherever that deadline is for them, inflation again. He inflates it. When he does his withdrawals. Confetti. Why is that confetti? I haven't seen confetti the whole stream. That's some fascinating stuff. You know, the whole stream I haven't seen that, and right then. You know, it's really interesting. It's really, really interesting. I've seen hearts, I've seen 100%, I've seen surprise faces, and I've seen laugh faces. I haven't seen confetti the entire stream. And I've seen these other things at very specific times that they'd actually fit with the situation for once. But right when I said that, confetti. Oh gee, I wonder if we're trying to you know, throw shade on what I'd be saying here. I wonder if that's supposed to, you know, try to troll it a little bit and try to get people to you know. Anyway, the point is, Google's in everything, and when this is the standard, it's just like with Microsoft. The standard isn't very high. So how the fuck do you know if it's trash or not? If they control the market, they control anybody beneath them too. So if they want Yahoo Mail, Mail.com, AOL, Hotmail, I'm trying to think of anybody else. Who the fuck does mail? You know, if they want all these to tank and suck, they can. Because they dominate the market. So basically, if they suck, they just make the companies that are under them suck worse than them. So, you know, they don't have to look like they suck so bad. Sort of like what Microsoft is doing to competitor a little bit. Okay, so this is what happens when they have monopolies for too long and they're not checked, they're not regulated. They'll do things like this. And yes, it's narcissistic CEOs that will one-off do it for their own personal selfish reasons. Yes. Yes. But it's also the fact that the company enables them to do that. So the thing I started with, where you must cap them, you must have some sort of limit to that. Again, $1 billion in stock in the company. Are you kidding me? That's insider trading. That's exactly what Trump said. Like, the point is, you can't influence the stock in that, like, you just can't. You can't have insider information on the influence of the stock that you hold. You can't. You can't. And so the whole point is he can sit here and just influence that stock left and right and just tell people within the company, hey, do this, hey, do that, you know? That's insider trading. You know, again, what Trump's doing, where he's saying he's going to do a tariff, he's going to do a tariff, he's going to do a tariff, and then he doesn't do the tariff. So the company prepares, everything prepares for that stock to go down, and then he doesn't do it. So then it surges. It's a lie. So the point was, he told people, just wait. I'm not actually going to do that. That's what you got to realize. He tells people not what he tells you. He tells people, just wait, I'm not actually going to do that. So he threatens a tariff, then he just doesn't fucking do it. So that way, his rich buddies can continue to get richer. And all they do is just buy this shit that he says he's going to put a fucking tariff on, and he doesn't fucking do it. So then the stock goes like this, and then they sell. And then he does a tariff. That's insider trading. Well, not them doing a tariff. The insider trading is telling people. It's telling people. You can't just tell people. So, family, Indians, stock, half the world. There you go. If I say certain things, it's dangerous. It actually is. If I say certain things, it's dangerous. You've seen evidence of that. I say something. The big, stupid orange man. Trust me, he's big and fat. The big, stupid, fat orange man, after I say this thing, realizes he can take advantage of people with this thing. And goes, oh, okay, let's go do that now. So, And that is insider trading. And that is what he's doing. He means obviously for that. Like, they want to literally hoard all of the money to prevent anybody else from being able to have any. Now, again, remember, they're printing less. They're even talking about that. And getting rid of pennies. And some of the most radical people are like, yeah, you should. And I'm sitting here thinking to myself, so you want to not be able to make change for certain things, and what? I mean, I called that out when he first even suggested that as being completely radical and stupid, but if people can't follow that train of thought, I can't help it, because that's the sort of thing where if that seems like something you should do and that's not radical to you, oh my god, I think that you're kind of insane. And I think that that's a regular thing, that people are insane. Because it's money. You're fucking nuts. And then these same people sit here and every dollar they can, every penny they can, every every overtime hour they can. And then meanwhile, they're the same people going, yeah, get rid of the pennies. Ah. What? And then, what? I don't know about you. But, you know, if I stick a bunch of coins in a jar, by the end of the year, I sometimes have a few $100. I don't know about y'all, but sometimes if I stick some fucking coins in a jar, by the end of the year I have a few $100. Depends on how big the jar is, obviously, and how much cash you use. But that's money, dude! That's how you used to... Some of us used to vacation that way. That's how bad inflation is. Yeah, that's how bad inflation is. I used to be able to vacation literally cashing in my change jar. Yeah. That's how bad inflation is. Yeah. And this motherfucker wants to get rid of pennies. I just round up or down. It's fine. It's fine. Man. And meanwhile, they're getting rid of pennies. They're declaring this war on pennies like that's gonna matter. Meanwhile, at the same time, they're the ones trying to tax the middle class more with the excuse that they're gonna get more money out of that. It's like... It's the wrong fucking way. No, you're doing it wrong. You're doing your math wrong. Dirt to door. Your math is wrong. Duh. You tax the higher number. You get the higher number that has the higher percentage is gonna earn the higher amount. Dar. Are you stupid? Why would you raise taxes across the board on the middle class? What the fuck is that gonna do except almost nothing? So now you have to keep doing it and more. Which is why you have to keep doing that. Instead of simply raising the taxes a little bit on the rich. Here, let's do the math. I'm gonna do the math because people are dumb. Here, let's do the math. We're gonna do the math. Alright. You ready? This is how easy this is gonna be. Okay? Let's say we got... Alright, you know what? Let's do some real numbers. Let's do real numbers. What the... Now I'm even more irritated that we're not doing this. Jesus Christ. Okay. I have to count the zeros. That's right. Okay. Jeez. Okay. Okay, let me... Let me just get this noted here. Alright, so if I do this... Alright, so let's just say... let's just say that... Well, hold on, let me finish the math first. Let me just finish this. Let's do it... So give me the... Okay. Okay, so... Alright. So let me do that now. Give me a sec here, I'm doing this. So if I do... You guys are gonna feel so stupid when I tell you this. And it's okay, but this is the point. Okay. Alright. So, look, alright, there's over 900 billion. Sorry, 900 million. I'm sorry, 900 billionaires is what I meant to say. There's over 900 billionaires in the United States. Okay? That is way more than I thought, and that was my overreaction. 900 people. There are over 900 people in this country that are billionaires. Holy shit. First of all. Secondly, let's assume every one of these people is worth only $1 billion. It's not the case. All right? Trust me. They're worth a lot more than that. Okay? But let's just say that every one of these billionaires is worth only $1 billion. Okay? So now let's say that you did a tax of, on that 1 billion. Well, I'm not doing like a percentage for the whole year or anything. I'm just doing it based on their entire earnings for the year. So we're just doing it based on that, okay? So that way it's just really easy to figure out. It's real easy to put together, okay? And I'm doing a 12% tax bracket. Okay? So if rich people, if billionaires got taxed the same as we did, all right? 12%. Let's just say it's 12%, okay? And there are 9 100 billionaires in the U.S., and every one of them is worth only $1 billion. Only $1 billion. Not even any more than that. Just $1 billion. Okay? So it's way higher than this. Way fucking higher than this is the number you're going to get. Way higher. This is a very low estimate. You would still get $108 billion in 1 year. If every one of them was only $1 billion, just $1 billion, just one. They weren't hiding it. They weren't trying to. Just one. Just one. And they all got taxed. Actually, 12%. Because again, remember, it's not $1 billion. It's way higher. Again, at the end of the year, you get $108 billion. That's not, again, remember all the millionaires too. The hundreds of millionaires, the tens of millions, the single digit millionaires. There's a ton of those. A ton. Now, let's compare this with the middle class. Because we haven't even gotten to that yet, okay? So, wholly aside from just the sheer number of people that are millionaires, ton of them, okay? We're leaving that part out. But you would tax them too, fairly too. So this would apply to them too, okay? And it would be a lot. The point is, you did the same thing to the middle class, where you have, this is based on $75,000 or less. I based it on the lower end, $75,000 or less. Okay? Based on that type of a household. And, again, apparently there's about 60 million households in the U.S. that earn under 75,000. So, again, 60 million households. 60 million. 60 million compared to 900. Remember this. This is the important comparison. The important comparison is 60 million households make under $75,000 a year. And we're comparing the same tax bracket to the 900 billionaires that are in the United States. If you taxed them the same, how much you'd get. Okay? Guess how much you'd get for taxing 12% off of the 60 million households that make $75,000. Guess how much you'd get. So let me make sure that I'm getting this right. I'm gonna do this right. But it's pretty nuts. It's pretty nuts. Wait, where did my thing go? Oh, I'm sorry. Hold on. Give me a second. I just lost the thing. I don't know why it's doing that. It's really stupid. Sorry, give me a second. I don't know why I was doing that. Sorry. I have to do this again now really quick. Hold on. Sorry, I don't know why this thing closed on me. It was really weird. Okay, how much did I say here? Okay, so... Hold on. I actually think I skipped a step here. Give me a sec. I didn't retranslate this. Hold on, I'm thinking. 75. That's actually just the initial percentage based on one household, actually. So it... Damn, I'm stupid. Hold on. I actually skipped a step on. Times... what are we doing? 60 million. That's insane. I skipped a step, my fault. Sorry. I actually did this wrong. I'm sorry. I apologize. I did this wrong. I skipped a step. My fault. I apologize. Give me a sec. I knew that sounded low. Because I was hitting billings, I was like, that's really weird. Okay, so, yeah, this is right now. Hold on. This is correct now. So let me convert this now. I said there was 900. It's actually a pretty easy calculation, but let me just make sure I'm right. That is a really big number. Holy cow. Jeez. What even is... Hold on. Is this... That can't be right. I want to make sure... I just want to think about this for a second. Before I... If this is right... This only makes this look even more embarrassing for the United States. Hold on. So... If I do... This is crazy. I'm just rechecking this because this is blowing my mind. Hold on. Did I really do that right? Yeah. That is crazy. That is crazy. I did do it right. I did it. The second time here I did it right. I just wanted to be sure because I did it 2 different ways to be sure. I reverse engineered it both. So I just wanted to be 100% of my math here. This is absolutely insane. I hope that I'm not getting this wrong. I hope I don't sound kind of stupid right here, but it's way more than I thought. Well, way more than I said, because I actually did think it was this much. But, well, alright, not this much. I thought it would be in the trillions, but holy shit. So, wow. That is insane. All right. Well, all right. So let's just say that we have I'm gonna give you guys estimates. I'm gonna round up or down. I'm gonna give you estimates here. Like this is crazy. All right, and these are estimates. This is not exact. There's no way this is exact. Okay, because a lot of this is based on like just sort of. Now again, numbers off Google, numbers, just estimates here. Okay. So general numbers, estimates. Holy cow. If you just taxed the people, the 900 people that make $1 billion, if you just taxed them correctly, you would wind up with a $97 trillion fucking surplus. That's why I wanted to check this so many times. $97 trillion. And all they have to do is tax the fucking wealthy. Jesus Christ. When they just tax us, that's why it's failing, because all I wind up with all these households, again, remember, there's only 900 billionaires. And this is only based on if they have They're worth 1 billion apiece. They're worth way more than that. And then the one that I did based on middle class, that's far more accurate. You know, that's a real number. We can get a real number where there's about 60 million people, give or take, in the U.S. that make 75,000 or less. And when you do that, and they're taxed the same, about 12%, which is what I did for the billionaires, it's only 540 billion. Billion. That's it. $500 billion. $500 billion. That's it. Half. And if you tax the billionaires, just them, and you tax them as if they're only worth 1 billion apiece, you equal $97 trillion. That's like our freaking deficit, man. Everything the Democrats have been saying. The hell? Why the fuck are you endlessly taxing the middle class when it's that simple? They're not even worth $1 billion apiece. They're worth fuckloads more than that. And you can't tax them at least 12%? Yes. Yeah, you can. And this is why it's worked out in every simulation I've done. I've talked about this. Anytime I did a city builder simulation. Anytime. If I did those tax brackets for the rich instead of the median wealth, it's just calculating that correctly. If anything, the computer is more accurate than me. It's doing every little person, every little thing they earn. That is an accurate calculator. That's very accurate. That is a city calculator being done by a computer. I mean, Jesus. Doesn't get much better than that, more accurate than that. And flat out, when I tax the wealthy, the upper up, they always complain, but they can always handle it. That's always what happens, and it always fixes everything. I am surging with money when I do that. Yes, I have to tax a little bit for the middle class, a little bit more here and there. But not much. When I tax the wealthy what they're supposed to be taxed, holy fuck am I surging. And it's only like, usually what I do is about a 5% more. I do middle class around 8 to 9%, and I do the upper class around 13, 14, 15%. 15's really high. That's like just a little bit of time, and then I bring it back down. I don't need to do it much higher than that. Seriously. You are fucking... You have so much money you don't even know what to do with when you tax them that much. Jesus! There's no way that CEO doesn't know this. There's no way other CEOs don't know this. There's no fucking way. They do numbers like this. They crunch numbers. They calculate. Every CEO knows this. Every one of them. There's no fucking way. Maybe not in other countries. I'm talking in the U.S. So, yeah. Google's got some problems. But, I think we talked enough, guys. I'm going to get off here. I'm going to get off the stream. I think I'm going to end the stream here. I appreciate the fact that you guys watched. And, YouTube is counting 59 of the views that you see. So you see all these hundreds of views. There's 39 people in here right now. But 59 views is how many views YouTube is counting on this stream. The fraudulent platform they are. So, big surprise, right? Yeah. So, anyway, thanks for watching, guys. I really appreciate it. Appreciate you guys trying to give me views. But you know, the orange Donald fucking piece of trash is going to sit here and meddle around with people. That's the reality, guys. You do understand that that's what's happening. It's him. It just boils down to that at the end of the day. You know, the defunded cybersecurity. So, all right, guys. See ya. Thanks for watching.